for all these analyses. I would like to finish by, on behalf of the UNFPA Executive Director, humbling call here on the stage the President of the AIS, if you could come and join me in my last minute of this goodwill message. I cannot see Professor Okonofua in the room, and I would like to call him. Professor Okonofua, he's behind there. Please come and join us here, because your good friend, Dr. Natalia Kanem, wants me to give you, on behalf of all these scientists in this room, a small token. But that small token is really on behalf of all these scientists. As you may know, Professor Friday Okonofua, Secretary General of the AIS, is also one of the only 2 persons from Africa living outside of the United States of America who was elected this year into the prestigious United States Academy of Medicine. Please give a hand of applause. And so on behalf of Natalia, I'm giving this to you as a small token. And I'm giving to you, Ms. President, this small token. And if you could please help me take a picture so that I can then go back and show her that I've done her duty. Thank you very much.
So, sir, you can send her a text message and just say, mission accomplished. All right, thank you very much. You see why they call Professor Friday capacity overload. One of the only 2 Nigerians. That's a big one. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome the DG, Energy Commission of Nigeria, Dr. Mustafa Abdullahi. Please put your hands together for him. He just walked in. And then also joining us all the way from Temple University, Philadelphia, Professor Molefi Asante. Please put your hands together for him. You're very welcome, sir. Okay, at this point, I'd like to bring to the microphone for his goodwill message the chairman of the board of New York Academy of Science, Dr. Jerry Holton. Please put your hands together for him and make him feel welcome to Nigeria.
Good morning from New York City. You may ask the question why the New York Academy of Sciences is in Nigeria, and the answer is because New York City is a global city and we're a global organization. So, and we have programs which go from as young children, all the ways to graduate students, all the ways to professors of universities around the world. And if you get a chance, just look at nyas.org and you'll see our programs. But one of them that I think I really want you to think about as scientists in Africa is called Junior Academy, in which you could be a mentor to a team of 4 young students in high school around the world. We team them up together and they work on a problem that you help them design and then solve. And they compete, and then we bring the best of the teams to New York City. But it's a great way to begin building the young scientists that you want to see become your graduate students and become faculty members and part of the future of Africa. The second thing that we're committed to, and that's why I'm here, is to work with the African Academy of Sciences to figure out how to take science through technology, through commercialization, innovation, into economic growth, so that the science of Africa becomes the basis of the economy of Africa and the future of jobs for young people. So work with us on how you take your ideas and your research and turn it into the future of young people's lives. That's what the New York Academy cares about, and we want to team with you in doing that. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to working with you in future years.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very brief, concise, and straight to the point. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, at this point, we'll be taking another goodwill message from Senator Daisy Danjuma, here represented by Dr. Benedita Ehanire. Please put your hands together for her.
Good morning once again. Goodwill message from Senator Daisy Danjuma. Professor Lise Kosten, President, African Academy of Sciences, Nairobi, Kenya. Dear Professor Kosten, this is to felicitate with you other members of the Governing Council, and indeed all fellows of the African Academy of Sciences, as Nigeria hosts the 15th Scientific Conference and General Assembly of the Academy in Abuja, the nation's capital, from 9th December to 12th December 2024. The theme of the conference, Empowering and Advancing Africa's Scientific Enterprise, is incisive and reflects the objective of the conference to address pragmatically key questions of development in the African sub-region and several possibilities that science holds for the continent. I am glad at the invitation extended to one of our flagship companies, May & Baker Pharmaceuticals PLC, to showcase its latest products and preoccupations at the conference exhibition. I commend the local organizing committee, ably led by a foremost gynecologist and global health expert, Professor Friday Okonofua, for the enormous work put in to ensure success of the scientific conference. I am confident that the desired outcomes will be realized. Please be assured of my esteem always. Yours sincerely, Senator Dr. Daisy Ukpoma Ehanire Danjuma, Executive Chairman, South Atlantic Petroleum Limited, SAPetro, Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. That was another very brief and powerful one. At this time, we'll be taking a video. I don't know, are we ready? And it is a goodwill message from the President, Nigerian Academy of Science. Are we ready? Professor Ekanem Braid. Are we ready? Okay.
The President of the Nigerian Academy of Science. I want to start by congratulating the African Academy of Sciences, AAS, on the occasion of her 15th General Assembly. Mission at the moment. This is a critical step to empowering and advancing Africa's scientific enterprise. Back in 2001, the AAS, along with a few other national academies, including the Nigerian Academy of Science, founded the Network of African Science Academies, NASAC, to foster networking and collaboration among the academies on the continent. In fact, the AAS even hosted the Secretariat of NASAC for many years. It is therefore unfortunate to now find that the AAS is missing in NASAC activities and hardly attends the NASAC General. I hope that this will be addressed and sorted out at your General Assembly. Academy of Science and the 300 still counting fellows of our academy, I welcome you to Nigeria and trust that you will have a fruitful and enjoyable conference.
Okay, now I understand what happened. You took my sound and gave it to Prof. That's good. Now, corporation make pot of rice full. That's what we say here in Nigeria. All right, thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for her one more time? We also have one video. It's called AAS Viral Video. Feel free to take my sound one more time. Can we have the video, please? There's no sound? No sound in the video. So we're just supposed to watch. Okay.
Started this great opportunity for African scientists to have training at the NIH and come back with some research funding in order to make significant impact, in order to create scientific leaders, as you were, to increase the critical mass of the African continent in terms of science. The major benefit I've had is that it has significantly contributed to my growth as a scientist. I've had the exposure of being at the topmost institutes in the United States, the National Institutes of Health, and I've come back and I'm able to share some of the research passion, the research ethics, the conduct, and some of the science that I've learned at the NIH in order to improve African science and make significant inroads.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you some time to sort out the graphics and the voicing. You have 2 minutes while we do something else. So I understand that today is General Danjuma's 87th birthday. And I also understand that he's been a very strong supporter of everything AS does and as far as science is concerned. Please, can we just sing happy birthday to him as a form of recognition? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to him. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to him. Happy birthday, General T.Y. Danjuma, from everybody at AAS. Thank you very much. Are we ready now? We're not ready. Okay. We'll come back to that video. But I think it's time for the keynote address. Help me welcome once again the delectable Dr. Benita Ihanire.
Thank you very much, OJ. His resume reads like the stuff of which the heroic or epic poetry is penned. Suffice it to say that he has over 30 years of global experience in economic policy and knowledge management. An elected fellow of the African Academy of Sciences, he is visiting professor to several universities around the world, including the University College London, and has won numerous awards for his contributions to science development and excellence in leadership. Currently, he is the very impactful Chief Economist and Vice President, African Development Bank. Please welcome, with a resounding applause, to deliver the keynote address at this auspicious international scientific conference, Professor Kevin Chika Urama. A round of applause, please.
Excellencies, distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on existing protocols for want of time. And please, IT people, if you can put on the PowerPoint. Good morning, all. Let me start by thanking the AAS for inviting me and the African Development Bank to address these distinguished scholars and thought leaders from around the world on this very important topic, empowering and advancing Africa's scientific enterprise. As a fellow of the African Academy of Sciences since 2013, I did not hesitate to accept this invitation to speak on this important subject, which is not only timely, but critical for advancing inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa today, and enhancing Africa's global competitiveness and that of its member states. By harnessing science, technology, and innovation, African countries have a stronger chance of addressing poverty, disease, and environmental degradation. Your Excellencies, how does this work? I point there? Okay. It's not working. Next slide, please. Your Excellencies, in 2009, in this beautiful city of Abuja, I was privileged to deliver a keynote paper to the Association of African Universities on the theme, Higher Education for Sustainable Development in Africa. As a younger researcher that time, I was surprised to find what you see on the board, on the slide there, that investments in higher education and other scientific endeavors in African countries did not contribute as much to gross national incomes in African countries as it did in other continents and countries that are used as case studies, including South Korea, Singapore, and other developing economies. If you look at that slide, you will find the red dots, which reflects the number of school enrollment, both in primary, secondary, and universities in Africa, is a scatter plot. But when you look at that green dot and the black dots there, the green line there is that of South Korea. And you find that there seems to be some perfect correlation with number of graduates and economic growth in countries. So that set me thinking, why is this the case? Then in 2010, I led a publication of the African Manifesto for Science, Technology, and Innovation. Some of the authors are here in the room with us. And that was for us a tool for shaping a shared vision about science, technology, and innovation in Africa for Africans by Africans in a multilateral dialogue with the rest of the world to help improve the productivity of science, technology, and education in Africa. That manifesto followed the Sussex Manifesto on Science, Technology, and Innovation, which identified one of the key points I want us to think about all through this keynote: the fact that the existing division of labor in science is inadequate for development in Africa. The Sussex Manifesto had therefore called for Africa's sovereignty in its science, technology, and innovation, a call which that Manifesto for Science and Innovation tried to operationalize. The African Manifesto therefore identified, after 3 years of research, looking at why science is working in Europe, working for development in Europe, working for development in Asia, but not that much in Africa, we identified these 3 things. 1, confidence in Africa's science, technology, and innovation, African scientists by African governments and the private sector. All too often, we look outside for solutions that are there in our universities and therefore do not use the science that is developed in Africa addressing Africa's challenges. As we say in Nigeria, what you are looking for in your shokoto. In Sokoto is in your shokoto. Shokoto means your trouser. Second, concerted public and private investments in building STI infrastructure, building STI capacity, and addressing the challenges in STI remained a major challenge in Africa compared to other countries. And third, there was need for us to adopt proactive policies that fully embeds African science, African technologies, and African innovations in solving Africa's development challenges. All too often, we do foundational research and forget the applied research that actually makes science bankable for the private sector and for governments. Your Excellencies, these findings and recommendations remain relevant today as it was those days when we did that research, especially as you focus on empowering and advancing the scientific enterprise in Africa. We live at a time when the recurrent and overlapping shocks to the global economy, regional and national economies have forced increasing realization of the need for reforms at several levels. Reforms in how we conceive and do development, reforms in multilateralism and global development finance, including global philanthropy, reforms in the principles of international cooperation in science, technology, and innovation, how intellectual property rights is managed, reforms in how we harness different forms of capital, including science and knowledge capital, for development in the world, and also reforms in basic assumptions that has shaped the division of labor in science, technology, and innovation, that has shaped education, our epistemologies, and disciplines, and how knowledge systems are used to drive development in countries. Some even argue that we need reforms in how we think about science, how we teach science, the language in which we teach science, and also what we teach to our kids who become scientists for the future. And when you look at years of development in Africa, you begin to understand why these calls for reforms are germane even today. The rates of economic diversification and structural transformation across the African continent has remained slow and uneven. That was the previous slide. And as you see in the current slide, while Africa continues to grow in GDP, the way we currently measure it, our GDP per capita has been far too low to drive employment for our youths or address the core teaching challenges of poverty and environmental degradation in our countries. Levels of unemployment, therefore, remain unacceptably high, and African citizens remain locked in low productivity sectors, and the rate of poverty continues to deepen in Africa. Now, in recent years, geopolitical tensions, trade disruptions, weak global demand, volatile commodity prices, tighter financial conditions, climate change effects, and several compounding challenges that the world faces today calls loudly for a rethinking on what knowledge is and how we use knowledge to address development. In Africa, employment share of manufacturing sector increased only by 0.6%, not up to 1%, between 1990 and 2018. And that simply tells that what the president of the American Society was calling for, how we use science to drive economic growth, is not happening enough in Africa. And at current growth rates, 9 out of 10 of the world's extremely poor people will be in Africa by 2030. And most of Africa's middle-income countries will remain stuck in the middle-income trap for decades to come. Ladies and gentlemen, this keeps me awake at night. I ask myself, what professor of economics am I? When poverty is increasing, unemployment is deepening, countries remain stuck at their levels of growth. It can take African countries over 108 years to transition from low to high incomes if we continue with current practice in how we do science in Africa is shaping science and technology today, including artificial intelligence. Paleolithic Africans also began the process of stargazing as far back as 400 years ago. And this process transformed into the Neolithic lands of Africa between 600 and 12,000 years ago, leading to modern age of astronomy. No wonder our own son, Elon Musk, is leading in astronomy today. Several technologies, medicine, physics, mathematics, a lot of these have their roots on these soils of Africa. However, 50 years ago, we have a new era. And that new era, 150 years ago, not 50 years ago. And that new era, led by colonization, shifted the focus of science and scientific investments from addressing local African needs to addressing international science agendas. And because of that, prioritization of investments in science in Africa took a deep dive. And today, if you just look at that slide, that is the red line on the floor is Africa's research and development expenditure. Critically low. Next slide. You will see, in next slide, please. Please go to the next slide. You will see in the next slide that if you look at countries in Africa that are doing well today relative to other countries in Africa, there are those that are investing more in science, technology, and innovation. So you see countries like Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, and so on, that are really investing in science and technology. But if you consider Israel, South Korea, United States, Japan, Germany, United Kingdom, they are in their own world. Next. Next slide. And then when you look at number of R&D researchers per million people, you have the same story. And you see that big gap between the developed and the developing countries. Next. Had people from Ford Foundation and different foundations telling us there's enough money out there to finance good ideas. The issue is making our ideas bankable and ensuring that we align our research with their development agenda, but also not losing sight of our own development agenda. Africa is only assessing 3 billion out of 70 billion global philanthropy, and 80% of that is trying to address health, agriculture, water sanitation, not really things that drive economic growth at a fast rate. Next, please. And then these are just lists of some of the major foundations that are working in Africa. Next, please. And then one challenge you have to keep in mind when we continue looking outside for resources for financing science and innovation is that we'll be constrained to work on their own agendas, not our own agendas. And from all the financing for Africa, we see that focusing a lot more on health and reproductive health and education, agriculture. Financing for other innovative ideas are often low and not at scale from the global philanthropies. The other thing we always do is we focus outside looking for FDI, looking for ODA, and so on. Those are veritable sources of financing for research and innovation, but the trend is going down. Last year, in 2022, when we did a research on this, external financial flows in total fell by almost 20% coming into Africa. And FDI declined by 44% in 1 year. Then ODA declined by 6%. Only 5 countries are meeting 0.07% of its GNI. But then we have diaspora remittances remaining resilient at almost 100 billion every year. Next, please. And then the other issue here is that while we are looking outside for resources, more than 3 times of all the global resources coming into Africa are leaving Africa through illicit means. We have over 587 billion US dollars leaving Africa every year because of poor institutions, low regulation, tax incentives, and also all those things that are mentioned there. So if only we, as African experts, focus on helping our countries to bridge this leakage and avoid the hemorrhaging of resources from the continent, we have almost $600 billion that can be used for research and other development agendas in Africa every year. That's 1.6 billion every day, including today that we are speaking. Next, please. Innovative financing instruments are many, and I'm not going to spend time on it. We talked about it yesterday. Public-private partnerships, crowdfunding, investment, impact investment, and social entrepreneurship, but also diaspora funding and brain circulation that I have mentioned already. But we can also leverage other strategies and partnerships we have with the EU, with India, with China, and with many other agencies. In conclusion, we must restore confidence in Africa's science, technology, and innovation. The African scientist will function better when African countries fund African science. And they are spending less time running around writing proposals and writing research reports to external donor agencies who have their own agendas, which do agendas for your country on that day, in that year. Second, we must accelerate public and private investments in soft infrastructure to make science thrive in Africa. Enough laboratories and even electricity to be able to do your research is often a problem in many African universities. And like I have said, the nature of incentives also needs to change. And this could include central banks creating incentives to enhance savings rates that will allow countries, individuals, put aside resources to compound over time to be able to create liquidity to support finance, support innovations and technologies. But also fiscal incentives that can enhance franchising and preferred procurement, because many a time African countries go to external experts instead of going to African experts, and then the African experts are disenfranchised, only becoming partners to global experts. Sometimes they might even be their students, but because they are global experts, they are preferred by many Africans, governments. Fourth, our science must be solution-oriented and not textbook-focused. Quite often when I visit our universities, I see textbooks. This is a way of telling me I've talked too much. I see textbooks of the 1980s, and we need to always think about how to focus on updating our knowledge to remain at the cutting edge and making it productive. Because again, there is no debt of financing for good ideas. And if you doubt me, ask Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, or Steve Jobs, the founder of iPhones, or even our own Elon Musk, the founder of SpaceX. We must mobilize domestic savings for capital and to make Africa's capital work for Africa's development. And sixth, we must leverage other sources of financing that we have in the world, as I have already mentioned. And in the next slide, I will want to end with one quote that came from a research we did with the Center for Global Development. It says, Africa tends to be a child with many parents, very many parents. And unfortunately, most of the parents want their child to learn how to walk their own way. And most of the parents do not want to hear and listen to the child when the child is asking to walk their own way. All our researchers and everything often get jettisoned when we are in global discussions because it's simply African research. So this is a black box effect, which we must try to break as Africans, making sure that we prioritize productivity, we prioritize Africa's challenges, we prioritize Africa's agendas, because without that, we can be very prolific in publishing, but not helping our countries. Next slide. And to conclude again, I go back to the words of these two wise men, which I have said before. I'm not going to repeat it. The other side is from President Kagame, and this other one is from Vannevar Bush. We must invest in our own science if we want science to be relevant to development. And when science becomes relevant to development, it becomes bankable. If your science becomes relevant to the industry, it becomes bankable for the private sector. And funding, financing for research will be too many, too much, and very readily available for us to be able to advance scientific enterprise in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Urama. That was quite concise. And while you were speaking, myself and a couple of my friends over there were discussing the effect of science. And I said to them, I will not be satisfied with science and technology until I can pick up my phone and download food. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to welcome all the way from Sierra Leone, the Minister of Technical and Higher Education, Haja Wuri. Please put your hands together for her as she gives us a goodwill message. As you are coming, a song came to my mind. As you were coming, a song came to my mind. Should I sing it for you? Isn't she lovely?
Thank you very much for that very warm welcome. Her Excellencies, distinguished scholars, and thought leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from Sierra Leone, from the President, His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, and also from the Ministry of Technical and Sierra Leone. I want to first start off by thanking the organizers for inviting me to participate in this scientific conference, where I've had the opportunity to interact with thought leaders and some of the brightest brains on the continent. And it has created a platform for me to learn and take a lot of what I've learned back home and see how that can inform what I want to do within the ministry. The Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, we have a very ambitious plan to transform technical and higher education in Sierra Leone. And we want to do so because that's the only way we can position our young people to support socio-economic development in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone has a very youthful population. The same can be said for the continent. And in order for us to get the economic dividend in our young people, we have to invest, and we have to invest right. As a government, we've always prioritized education. Education was the flagship program under His Excellency from 2018 to 2023. And for the next 5 years, well, 4 years, human capital development continues to be a priority, where we have 5 key development agenda. One is feed saloon, agriculture. Second is human capital development. Third is youth employment scheme. The fourth is digitalization and technology. And finally, revamping the public sector architecture. And within the ministry, what we do is to ensure that we support the government's agenda by ensuring we incorporate every aspect of that into our plans. I want to commend the organizers of this conference for putting together this platform because it supports something that is very dear to my heart. I come from a research background. Before I was appointed by His Excellency to serve as the Minister of Technical and Higher Education, I served within the University of Sierra Leone as a lecturer in biochemistry and also a multidisciplinary researcher. So I do come from a science background. So research is something that is very core to my agenda. And one thing that I have been working with my universities is to ensure that we create better linkages between the government's priorities in terms of what is needed at national level, what are the contemporary challenges we're dealing with at national level, and positioning universities in the area of research and innovation to come up with the solutions, the evidence that can be translated into policy and practice and support socioeconomic development. But it's easier said than done. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. When I listen to the keynote speaker's presentation, there's a lot of food for thought there. And one key thing that I have been very vocal about in my time within the university, and I continue to be very vocal about, is the need for us to invest at national level. It is a challenge. I always say that we know the challenges that we have within the continent. And to some extent, we know the solutions, but we have to be very deliberate and intentional to implement those solutions. And one thing I have been very vocal about, as I said, is national investment. And the first thing I did when I took up office was to get cabinet approval to set up a technical and higher education fund, which is not broad, but focusing on 3 key areas: providing access to technical and higher education, research and development within the universities, and also infrastructure, ensuring that we create the enabling environment for our scholars and our young people to thrive within research and development. And one thing I've also been pushing the universities to get away from the dependency culture of always waiting for the government to give them finances, always waiting for subvention. So we're working with the universities to come up with business ventures. How can they position research and innovation to commercialize the outputs of their research? And when I look at the theme for the conference, which is empowering and advancing Africa's scientific enterprise, I believe that we need a lot more of that thinking on the continent. How can we invest? Because we know our problems. How can we take the lead, national leadership and ownership in solving our problems? How can we play a very integral role in the conversations with partners from the global north as to what is needed on the continent? We know what our challenges are. We have embedded insights. And we have to ensure that we provide a critical mass of young people, of scholars that will be able to lead those conversations on those tables to ensure that we forge equitable partnerships that will be sustainable and support socioeconomic development. So I want to end by thanking the African Academy of Science for creating this platform where we can have these frank conversations. And I personally, as I've said, I have learned a lot from the time that I've been here. And a lot of that I will take back to Sierra Leone and inform what I want to do. And I look forward to continuing to network with the Academy of Science, the African Academy of Science, and I look forward to learning from us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And as you go, please tell them that a young man in Nigeria asked that they should find a way for us to download food using our phones. While the program was going on, somebody walked in, and I'd like for us to just appreciate him. The Director General, Nigerian Geological Survey Agency, Professor Olusegun Omoniyi Ige. Please put your hands together for him. And to perform a very special assignment, I would like to bring to the microphone the President, AAS, Professor Lise Kosten. Just a brief assignment. Please put your hands together for her. She has something scientific to do.
Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge and thank all our speakers. And for the keynote presentations, if you were not inspired, I was most certainly. I think we have a pathway. I think we have a solution. We know what to do. We now need to go and do that. So I want to close this first session, but before I do so, we have a small gift for each of our speakers. And I would like to ask everyone on stage to come forward, and I will just give them a gift from the African Academy of Science to thank them for their support. But your presence. I said to the minister, his peer presence was important. And then, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The chair. I don't want to stress the chief. Okay, so I will hand over to the chair to drive the process.
Unfortunately, his profile is not. But we'll find a way to keep it. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, fellows, and invited guests. The plenary session that I'm chairing is very topical, and is on STEM talent, diasporas, and the future of Africa. Our plenary speaker is Professor Omotayo Awofolu. May I respectfully invite Professor Awofolu to please come. Aha, good. I do not have in the brochure his resume, so maybe he would let us know his affiliation and a little bit about him when he comes up. But I think we're going to, I'm certain that we're going to have a very good session, because this session is really the bread, the butter on the bread, if we can get it through. That is the STEM talent. The future or development in Africa is very, very much intertwined with human resource. And the human resource will be our own internal human resource that we have plenty of, and are very, very, very jittery and are moving out. And those who are in diaspora, who want to come back, who for some reasons there is impediment for them to come. But fortunately, we are overcoming that. So But without giving the lecture before the lecture.
In the meantime, what I'm about to share with us, it's something that I'm sure we're all well aware of. We have good idea, good information about, the information I'm about to share. However, perhaps there might be one or two new information, the dimension that we can look at it. STEM talent, diaspora, and the future of Africa. When I look at this topic, it basically speaks to how do we intend to harness the power of the diasporans in the future of African development. How can we harness that? And basically, it's an attempt for us to be able to solve some of the problems within the area of science and technology in the continent. Like I mentioned earlier, as the minister, from Sierra Leone mentioned, we know the challenges, we know the solution, but the issue now is how do we basically, transit or transcend those two? If we know the challenges and we know the solution, then how do we, of course, what will now be the next equation? For me, it is the implementation that is the challenge. I will take us through the contents of the presentation, STEM talent, importance of STEM talent for Africa's economic growth. We look at the role of Africans in diaspora towards shaping the continental future. We look at the STEM talent migration, brain gain versus brain gain, and of course, we will do the conclusion. What do we mean by, the term STEM talent? When I look at myself, yes, well, fortunately, it's still within the African, should I say, continent, but not primarily in my country. Professionals in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Basically, when we talk about STEM talents, professionals within these STEM fields. And what are the STEM fields we're talking about? Engineering, the medical sciences, the medical fields, agriculture, natural physical sciences. These are the areas, generally, that are normally regarded as, STEM talent areas. And professionals, what are the benefits of education within the STEM talent? We have several areas, of course, in terms of development, but particularly we talk of the STEM education. What are the benefits talking about here? Technical abilities to solve problems in the scientific field. We know that in the sciences, for there to be, if there is a solution to solve the problem, it actually requires systematic process, whereby, the solution will be resolved, a technical process that has to be applied. Analytical thinking for the best solution to the problems. To arrive at the solution, certain processes needs to be followed, analytical thinking. And of course, the best of the solution will be arrived at. And basically that nosedive into technological development. And STEM talent allows transition of concept to application. Of course, if there are problems, it starts with the conceptual development of the issue. And of course, after the conceptualization of the idea, then we progress to the implementation and of application, whereby we now need to solve, the problem at hand. If you look at to the right-hand side of the screen, we have about 5-6 benefits, of STEM education. Transformative skill. It's regarded that STEM professionals are able to, should I say, adapt in terms of skill. They can adapt in terms of area of expertise. We have somebody who probably, is a chemist, can also, fit into certain area of engineering, chemical processes. And that is basically in terms of transformative skill, meeting global workplace demand, edge over traditional student. That particular one is, I would say, is a little bit is a little bit contentious when we say, STEM talent professionals have edge over traditional, other field. I remember in those days, physics, chemistry, biology, we'll fill our hands with those big textbooks, Necon and Parker. Do we still remember those textbooks? Necon and Parker, and there's this one for, I can't remember the name now, Holders and Lambert for chemistry. Those Lambert, yes. Those big textbook, we will we'll put it in the middle of our hand, and when we want to impress the young ladies then, that's where we move around with the big textbooks, And of course, that does not mean that other areas are not important. They are important as well, but because of the fact that STEM fields, it basically is a cornerstone of development of any country. That's why it's regarded as important. Inventions of STEM areas, it instills leadership quality. That may be also be debatable, but of course it's regarded that many of the great leaders that we have as scientists are best practice in all disciplines of STEMs. Next slide, please. Now, it's important for us to look at the importance, before we go to the real core of the presentation, importance of STEM talent for African growth. Basically, the cornerstone of sustainable economic growth, that is what it requires. STEM talent drives innovation in sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, and energy. These are the areas that STEM talents, of course, thrive, because we need these fundamentals, of course, knowledge to drive the economy of countries. Productivity, efficiency, and competitiveness. These are the areas that STEM knowledge, of course, thrive. Economic development and job creation, infrastructure improvement, it addresses global challenges and create high value chain. If you look to the right side of the screen, you can see to the last picture there, you have three gentlemen trying to push, square boxes. And you look at the gentleman in the middle, pushing a spherical object. That is the essence of the efficiency, because of the drag that is involved in pushing square, boxes compared to the spherical one. And that shows the efficiency that, of course, are normally applied when it comes to STEM field. And in the middle one, if we invest in STEM education, what we are, of course, expected to achieve, basically with economic growth. Several presentations from yesterday up to today have actually mentioned that. Like I mentioned, what I'm actually, presenting, Professor, the Deputy Director of ADP, made a very fantastic analogy and presentation on that in terms of the low investment of African governments in terms of STEM development. And next slide, please. What are the continental challenges to STEM growth? Like I mentioned earlier, I'm quite intrigued and amazed by the fact that quite a number of the presentations I've listened to basically allude to the fact that there are challenges. And of course, we know the solutions. But the issue now is, how do we translate the solution into practical, should I say, application for the benefit of the continent? Low STEM enrollment in schools. We are still bogged down with the issue of low STEM enrollment in schools, lack of resources and opportunities of STEM education, brain drain and emigration of skilled professionals. I'm quite intrigued by the picture on the right, the top right there. You see the young girl trying to solve some mathematical, biological, or chemical equation. Of course, that also takes us to the issue of the gender equality with respect to STEM education. All the children, whether male child or female child, they grow up with the same interest in sciences. But for one reason or the other, as they progress through their educational sphere, the female child tend to probably explore other fields, probably where they feel they might thrive better or make more significant contribution, perhaps in the social sciences, perhaps in the economic sciences and the art, while we have, should I say, the male in terms of the number. Although we must also recognize the fact that there are quite a number of, traditional, should I say, factors that actually militate against the disparity between the female child and the male child in the sciences. And if you recall, in those days, certain STEM fields are regarded as being reserved for the male child. If a young girl says she wants to study engineering, oh, you are not strong enough. You cannot do that. Why don't you go and do this? Oh, she wants to study medicine. No, you cannot do that. In terms of the traditional beliefs in kind of guiding the female child towards a particular field. And if you look at the one on the below, the young boy is quite interested, you can see, trying to learn. But the lack of infrastructure, adequate infrastructures for the young child to actually learn appropriately, what will happen? The conceptual development of the child will be impaired. And you remember in those days when we are doing basic numeracy, 2 plus 2, we use our finger, 1, 2, 1, 2. Or sometimes we use stones, or we use, bottle tops. The time it takes, and for a child that has been exposed to a different curriculum in terms of the logical thinking, in terms of mathematical numeracy, using the cognitive development. And these are children that will do the numeracy mentally. And if you look at the time, it will take that child to solve that numeracy, perhaps in seconds. But a child that uses objects to actually do the numeracy will probably take him or her a minute to do that. And that will be the difference in terms of the cognitive development. We need to invest. That tells that we still have situation in terms of under investment in STEM education. Next slide, please. What we're actually looking basically is just to show us in terms of the disparity. I did a kind of a search, and if you look at in terms of, it's a little bit small in terms of, but we have Burkina Faso, we have some African countries, Angola, in terms of sciences, and of course engineering, agriculture, and health and welfare. There's a low female graduate rate in the STEM field in the sub-Saharan Africa. You can see the last two there are basically also developing countries, Philippines and Malaysia, while we have Portugal as well as Korea in the last one. But you can see the differential in terms of the graduation rate of female in the STEM field compared to the others. And the same thing, the low female participation in STEM workforce within the sub-Saharan Africa, it's generally low. But like I mentioned, we have this information, we have this data. What are we going to do about it? That's, for me, it's the key. Next slide, please. Continental challenges continue. South Africa in 2022 official census of South Africa, 5.2 million children of school-going age are not being educated. 2 years ago, an increase of 26% since 1996. Okay. 15.4% of African countries constitute the population of the world, 15.4. And we spend an average of 0.45 of our GDP on research and development. Like I mentioned, this was actually presented by Prof. Urama, the keynote speaker, which was well below the global average, 1.7. We are consumers of innovation. We consume innovation. When we see new gadgets, new inventions, in less than 24 hours, you will find it in the African continent. We consume innovation. Rather than investing and funding, the STEM field that will generate, of course, produce these innovative ideas ourselves. I mean, when we look at some of these basic innovations, the wristwatches, the computers, and some of these basic things, all of them are things that we import, we consume them. rather than we, of course, developing them ourselves. Low science and technology investment compared to other continents, and less than 2% of world scientific publication. This was also mentioned by Prof. Gola yesterday in terms of our output compared. We know the problems. Few established institutions, the Ford Foundation representative, Dr. Okoye, mentioned yesterday, with a few exceptions of South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya, that do have some institutions that can drive research in terms of capacity and capacity that can actually drive research in the area of vaccine production, in the new area of biobank, genomic sequencing, and those areas. How many institutions that have the capacity within the African continent that can drive that? So these are some of the challenges that we have. Next slide, please. Now, the role of African diaspora for economic growth. When we say diaspora, African diaspora, what basically do we? Who constitute an African diaspora? Basically, people of African origin that live outside the continent, irrespective of the citizenship and nationality, as defined by African Union, outside the continent. So perhaps that's why the LOC, probably, deem me fit for me to make the presentation, because I also live outside the continent for a while before coming back. About 200 million Africans live outside the continent, from 1.4 billion within. And of course, diasporans contribute to Africans' development. Of course, like I mentioned, sometimes it's not all doom or gloom, as they always say. We have quite a substantial amount of organizations that are also making effort. If we look at the figure on the right, that shows the population of the African. Of course, the different shades of green represent the population of Africa that live everywhere, within the globe. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, it's not really terrible or gloom, as they say. We have quite a number of, should I say, tech innovations, within the African continent, but we are not where we should be. That will be my take. We have healthcare, we have fintech, reducing the digital divide, we have the mobile money platform, the Wave in Senegal, the M-Pesa in Kenya, and substantially financial remittance. The amount of money that actually, that are remitted into the continent is far greater than the direct foreign investment. As you could imagine, remittance from Africans in diaspora, much more greater than direct foreign investment, perhaps even greater than, should I say, the investment that the African governments are actually making, in terms of funding STEM education, in terms of actually prioritizing science and technology in their respective countries. So perhaps it's high time we actually delve into that in terms of course, we can look at the GDP and we can actually equate that in terms of the amount of money that are being remitted by African diaspora. $56 billion. Sub-Saharan Africa alone in 2023. Knowledge transfer, skills, and capacity development initiatives. Yesterday, one Professor Tomori was presenting. I got, intrigued with his phrase. Should we be looking at capacity development, or should we be looking at capacity retention? Because we have situations whereby, of course, we have the brain, we have the talent in Africa. But because of the fact that we do not invest, our government do not invest in appropriate infrastructure to retain this talent, and what happens? Many of these, university graduates, they emigrate to other countries to further develop where there are infrastructures, where there are investments in research and development and ST and science and technology. And what happens to these STEM talents that emigrated? They stay, they work, and of course, further develop the countries, usually in the West, where they are. And why did they leave in the first instance? Because we failed to invest in the science and technology, research and development to ensure retention. That is why I agree with Prof. Instead of capacity development initiatives, we should be focusing on capacity retention and not necessarily development, of course. Investment in entrepreneurial businesses and tech startups, contribution by NGOs and philanthropic organizations. We saw the presentation by Prof. Umara, just the keynote speaker, with respect to different, should I say, philanthropic contribution to science and technology, notwithstanding the fact that we do not also, Africans do not also actually take advantage of that. 7% out of, the amount of money that are available. Next slide, please. STEM talent migration, brain drain versus brain gain. When STEM talents, professionals, when they emigrate from Africa to developed countries, and what happened? It impacts on African development. It bleeds. I mean, my heart bleeds because, we have, as they say, I'm not so sure about the current statistics. Probably 5 or 10 years ago, about 27,000 Nigerian medical doctors registered in the United States of America alone. Now, when we look at other African countries, that's some of the things that I mentioned that actually bleed. Of course, we have few diasporans that are plowing back, into the continent. But many of these, I'll just take us back a little bit as well, just for practicality's sake. I was taught by one professor who returned from the US. Maybe I wouldn't mention his name. Very brilliant professor of chemistry. He stayed in the country for about 10 years. But because of lack of infrastructures, lack of investment, everything, after 10 years, he packed his family back again and went back to the States. It's quite, should I say, challenging when we see talents like that basically giving up, but it's not all gloom. Brain gain, return of African professionals in the diaspora to contribute to the continent growth. We need to have a very concrete strategy to achieve that. Initiatives and organizations fostering the return. We have the African Union, individuals, and the global platform that are making very concerted effort and significant contribution towards ensuring the return of African diasporas. Next slide, please. Now, what are the strategies? What strategy can we use to foster the return? Economic incentives is one of the strategies that we can actually put in place by various African governments. Investment opportunities. I mean, it's not so difficult to create, or kind of have a tax incentives, for African diaspora to invest. Because once they have these tax incentives, it becomes attractive for them to come back to the continent and invest massively. Same thing as support for entrepreneurial. When people have brilliant entrepreneurial ideas, why can't we provide soft loans with favorable repayment conditions? These are some of the things that government can put in place so that they can attract people back home to invest. Investment in infrastructure for improved quality of life, housing, healthcare, education, transport. Someone that is used to uninterrupted, 24 hours, power supply. Of course, now with, should I say, the solar, energy, that might probably, alleviate it. But when you have the diasporans that are still struggling, looking for how to purchase diesel or petrol to power the generator, and some of the basic, should I say, requirements like that, it becomes unattractive for such diaspora to think in terms of coming back, because these infrastructures are basic things that he or she enjoys, where he is. Cultural integration. It would be nice to have cultural integration programs, community and social integration activities, and language proficiencies. These are some of the things that can be put in place at the community level. Embrace dual citizenship. We still have some African countries that practice just single, should I say, citizenship. If such a diasporan intends to come, then he will have to obtain visa to come back to his own country. because he or she is now, citizen of, somewhere outside the continent. It will be difficult for such a diaspora to relinquish, his or her citizenship because the country in Africa here is practicing justice. There are quite a number of African countries that are still doing that. How do we encourage people to come back when we have such, should I say legal, situation? Establish diaspora networks for collaboration and ease of return, and improve security and political stability. We are all well aware of the last point. If there's a potential threat to life and property and for the family, very few diaspora will think twice in terms of packing their luggage and return. If we have, political instability, without mentioning them, we know. However, there are some good case studies. The impact of African STEM talents on the continent. We have quite a number of establishments, basically at the grassroots. We have tech hubs, innovation centers all around that are thriving. Silicon Valley, Nairobi iHub, Lagos Tech Ecosystems. We have successes that we've mentioned, the M-Pesa, the Nigerian fintech startups. But are these enough to actually take us to the level in the 21st century in terms of, technological advancement, in terms of, science and technology? Drone technology is not a record science any longer. How many African countries, can boast of actually developing or manufacturing drones? Well, with some few countries that are actually using that. I recall Rwanda uses the drone during COVID, to actually deliver, medications, to people, all over the country, all over their country there. These are not rocket sciences. However, one of the things that I actually put there as a poser, we have the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. There are 2 strategic objectives for that particular strategy. In particular, strategy 7, strengthen the science and maths curriculum. I put a question there, how far have we gone with this? In terms of strengthening that particular strategy, we need a total reform of our science curriculum. Yes, we have beautiful curriculum, competency-based curriculum that, of course, geared towards, outcome, competency, skill. But how do we transform that, into higher productivity, whereby we have in some so-called, still called developing countries, but we know they are developed, where primary school students are already assembling small robots. How do they do that? What is the nature of their curriculum that enable primary or secondary students to be able to do that? These are some of the things that we really need to look into. Continental Conference on Transforming STEM Education in Africa. This took place just last month. UNESCO and the African Union Commission. The intention was to develop action plan for advancing STEM education. It's beautiful. But the question will be the implementation. What will it translate into? Will it, of course, advance STEM education within the continent? This, of course, we will wait to see. Next slide. Solution and approaches. We need to reassess STEM education strategies, like I just mentioned, from primary to tertiary. We need to reassess in its totality. We need to reassess our STEM education strategy, from primary to a tertiary education system. We need to invest in STEM infrastructure massively, an educational system. Of course, we need to collaborate with global institutions and universities as well. Fostering of knowledge transfer by African diaspora is very essential. We need to ensure that. And we can do that through global world. Talent will find its level. That particular phrase is very essential. Talent will always find its level. If we don't retain talent, talent will go wherever it is appreciated. There's no way you can hold a talent, in a place. It will find its level and its place. Mentorship programs is one of those areas that we can actually use to solve the problem, and internship programs and talent exchange between African countries and global organizations. Government's role in creating favorable environment for STEM innovation is very essential. Next slide, please. Now, Africa's future in STEM growth. What are the opportunities that we have in terms of STEM growth? Accelerated development through innovation, it's one of the opportunities that we have. We need to increase connectivity and collaboration within African and global community. We need to harness African youthful population for a STEM-driven economy. The youth in this continent is massive compared to other continents. How do we harness the potential, the power of the youth? If we have the right policies and implement those policies in place, we will, of course, within a short period of time, transform Africa from less, innovative to a more innovative, country. But yet, there are quite still some challenges in achieving this. Political instability is one of those problems, inadequate infrastructures and funding gaps. Overcoming the digital divide and ensuring equitable access to STEM education. Next slide, please. In conclusion, what do we need to do? STEM talent and the African diaspora are crucial to shape the African future. The diaspora is vital in sharing expertise and contributing to the continent's growth. Collaborative efforts between Africa and its diaspora will accelerate sustainable development. We need to encourage investment in STEM education and skill development in Africa. Of course, we need to support diaspora-led initiatives and create policies that incentivize brain gain. Policies that incentivize brain gain. I've mentioned some of those examples, favorable tax, plans for investment. Return of African professionals in the diaspora to contribute to the continent's growth. And of course, we need to continue fostering the return. Continue fostering the return by the African Union, individuals, and the global platforms. We need to do that. We don't have to actually, let go of that. Next slide, please. The next one. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Awofolu, for that very stimulating presentation. Because we are way behind,
realized that English is the language of science, it's the language of business, government, anything on the international level that you like to get involved with. English is extremely important. And I continue to stress that we need to have our children to understand English so that people like myself who want to try to make contributions can actually mentor them and be able to interact. Thank you very much.
sorry, that's a question or a comment?
Comment.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm torn between Professor Tomori and Professor Adigbola. And Professor Tomori is already up. So please, can you ask the question?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Mine is a comment. And I think there's one thing we're always missing when we're talking about diaspora. What drove them to diaspora in the first place? The environment. If you don't improve the environment, they're not going to come back. The environment is getting worse. So there's something we need to do at home to make sure that diaspora will come back. So you can do all the fancy things they're talking about. If there's still no electricity, there's no water, there's no security, they will not come back. So are we not addressing that? What are we doing at home to bring back the diaspora? That's the question.
Okay, sir. Can you answer, please?
Thank you very much, Prof, for that comment. It's like I mentioned, Prof, we know the challenges and we know the solution. But the issue is, what are we doing about it? If there are no investment, if there are no infrastructures, it will be difficult for diasporans to return. Just basic things that they enjoy wherever they are, whether in the West, whether in Asia, in the East. When someone's still thinking, about just the basic electricity, of course. Now we can invest, of course, in solar power. Of course, that can take place. But that's not the only thing. There are several areas where, of course, improvement needs to happen. I give an example of a professor that taught me in the university. Brilliant professor. My goodness. He's an organic chemist. I hope he's still alive. And after 10 years, he simply packed his luggage and returned because of the environment. The challenges within the institution to provide the basic requirements to do chemistry practicals, the reagents, all those things really frustrated him, and he just said, look, I've had enough. So like you said, Prof, you are quite right. If those things are not there, then my question is, what are we talking about? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Since there's only one question, I'll take a second question, but from a female. Yes, from a female. If there's no female asking a question, then I'll hand over to the chair. Okay, you in green.
So since we know the challenges, which we can't really address much, my question is, as the African Academy of Science, what are we doing to bring the current diaspora researchers, the graduate students, the postdocs, who are now living elsewhere, to be involved in some of these things, which is going to, in fact, build their interest to come back home?
Thank you for that question. I'm particularly, actually impressed by that question because you mentioned, graduate students, postdocs, and not necessarily, should I say, STEM talents that are in the academia or those that are probably in the industry. That's a very good one. And I wouldn't probably want to speak on behalf of AAS. Maybe I'm not, competent to speak to that, but I know there are quite a number of initiatives, in terms of making funds available for our graduate students to actually come to the continent to do their postdoctoral, should I say, researches. And through that, perhaps they may decide to actually, retention, as Prof mentioned, through favorable environment. So in my university, I know we have, should I say, some funds, to attract, should I say, talent in terms of postdoctoral, although not specifically, classified as African diaspora. But of course, we encourage people from, should I say, and we currently have two in my particular, should I say, department, where they actually do that. So it's a very good one. Perhaps it's another areas that we could look into. Like I mentioned, there are quite organizations. The African Union is actually, the return. The CIDO, the Citizens in Diaspora Development Organization, are also doing quite a lot in terms of attracting the Africans in diaspora. Perhaps this might be, should I say, another initiatives in part of their activity to actually, get diasporans back, especially the graduates as well as the postdocs that you mentioned. Thank you.
All I can do is to thank Professor Wofolo, who's made it look so easy. And let me contribute an addendum to Professor Tomori's question. Apart from his own concern, I don't know if we can say it like it is. If not, let us look at it as it is. A lot of resistance exists to our diasporan people coming back to Nigeria, to Africa. I don't know what causes it, but many people complain they write to their own universities, they want to give free tutorials, free lectures, and all that, and they don't get any response, or they are outrightly turned back. That is a problem which we need to look at. Professor Awofolu actually dealt with this matter in a very nice way, in that He started by saying, what can we do to encourage STEM in the countries? And then topped it up by saying, when we do that, what can we do to attract our talents from abroad to come? And there is no doubt that both of them, all of them are interwoven, and that if we get it right, the future of development of STEM and STEM education in Africa is very, very bright. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a good lunch, and we'll come back after lunch.
Please, another round of applause for our chairman and the co-chair. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am, for anchoring this program for us. Indeed, I will even go further to say thank you, my in-law, sir. Indeed, my wife is an Ijebu woman. Not only Ijebu, but Ijebu Igbo. So thank you very much, sir. Just a quick one to announce that, please, like you know, we are way, way behind schedule. So we really need to move fast. So I want to request that we quickly go for lunch and then get back here in the next 20 minutes. In the next 20 minutes, so that we can be able to cover all the other programs that have been marked. So please, let's go for lunch, and let's try as much as possible to be here in 20 minutes or thereabout. Thank you very much.
No, I'll turn it off. Could you?
It's not going on.
No, you're going down.
No, I'm going, I want to go back to start from the first. Okay. No, you see, it's going back again. It goes, it keeps going forward. Okay, so what do I do now? I press this. That's the only one I will be pressing. Okay, sit now. Stay there. Okay. So my presentation outlines are these. I will give you this about electricity and electric vehicles in Africa. I will tell you about the dangers of not doing anything, and then our research efforts in my group, my research group, and then I'll conclude. Now, pollution is the reason why we are doing what we are doing in materials electrochemistry, the climate change. I like this presentation. It's a publication by Lancet, 2018. They said everything about pollution. Climate change is because of pollution. And one of the beautiful things they said is about that pollution is the cause, is responsible for 3 times as many deaths as HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria combined, and also as many as 15 times many when compared to the number of deaths caused by wars and various violence we have in the world. So that is the cause of one of the reasons why we have to do curb pollution and climate change, and the electrochemistry, one of those. So electrochemistry happens to be one of the most important life-changing subjects in the world today. It helps us to develop clean and affordable energy technologies, especially batteries, advanced battery technologies, and fuel cells. Without electrochemistry, the lifestyles that we have today will not be possible. Think about your portable electronics. Think about your consumer electronics. Think about electric cars. Think about solar energy you use to generate electricity in your homes. They are all electrochemistry, and I will share some of them with you. In 2007, 2005, by the way, it was published in Nature Materials that lithium-ion battery is one of the greatest discoveries, one of the greatest successes of modern materials electrochemistry. As you can see, they come in different shapes and sizes. What's the hype about lithium-ion batteries? Compared to every other battery that we know today, lithium-ion battery beats them all, especially in terms of energy. The energy density of lithium-ion battery cannot be compared to our traditional lead-acid batteries or nickel-cadmium battery. In terms of, if you look at the energy, in terms of energy per volume or energy per mass, lithium battery beats them all. Again, most importantly, it comes in small sizes. The lithium-ion battery that we have, for example, in this pointer, if you have to use a lead-acid battery to do that, lead-acid battery may be as big as this podium in terms of energy. That's what we are saying here. Okay, so they come in very, as I already said, the application market is very huge. You have them for wearable electronics, in medical devices, backup power, energy harvesting, and so on and so forth. You also use them in ChatGPT. In your solar homes, people these days, what they do, they simply buy one solar panel, incorporate it with a lithium-ion battery, and you have electricity in your homes. There are so many of these in the markets, especially in the East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, and also Nigeria. I've seen some. So these are some of the things. So because of these, in 2019, for the first time, we had the Nobel Prize in chemistry for some people doing
lithium-ion battery. These are three people. Professor John B. Goodenough, he actually died last year at the age of 101. And then Professor Whittingham is still alive. He's based in New York. And then Akira from Japan. So that was what actually helped to popularize lithium-ion battery. Something is gone. This is not my slide. Some people are tampering with my slides there. Gosh, yeah? So I'm making technical presentations. I have some figures on slides. Oh, no. So while we wait for them, so as I was saying, we have a lithium-ion battery has been helping the world in terms of electricity generation, home storage, and in terms of electric cars, which is the main purpose for this presentation. I wanted to say something about electric cars. Electric cars are now happening because of lithium-ion batteries. And as I can show you from the slide. Is it possible to have it there? Maybe you'll be presenting, you'll be changing the slides for me. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Please change the slides for me. Okay. Next slide. Next. Okay. Stop there. Thank you. Thank you. So when we talk about energy storage systems, we measure them using what we call Ragone plots. So if you look at that Ragone plot, we talk about power. Power means speed or acceleration. And then energy means range. How far can you go? Like a marathon. So a battery can have high power, but low
of diabetes, there are two pathways. Overnutrition with physical inactivity will lead to insulin resistance, meaning the body pancreas will produce insulin, but the insulin will not be able to suppress glucose in the blood. Therefore, glucose level will be high. Another path is undernutrition, which will lead to beta cell failure, where the pancreas will not be able to produce enough insulin to suppress glucose. This means that if there is a pathway of overnutrition, if you do early diagnosis, put in intervention, there is possibility we may revert. And so we could revert from diabetes to pre-diabetes and to normal glucose tolerance. And that is what my lab stands for: to delay, prevent, and improve people's quality of life. So through the APTI project, I've decided to establish a cardiometabolic research lab in Ghana and screen as much as we can for diabetes. Then we can use lifestyle intervention to see if lifestyle intervention can lead to an improvement in the health of people. So we established the lab. Then we use randomized control trial. We sampled 1,200 people from both rural, peri-urban, and the urban area for the screening. Then we diagnosed for diabetes. We use the WHO stepwise formula, which is first we do a survey, then we do body measurement, and after that we collect biochemical samples. We diagnose diabetes using the International Diabetes Federation Association criteria, as well as American Diabetes Association criteria. Next slide. So after the screening, 13% of the population were diagnosed with diabetes, and 26% of them were diagnosed with pre-diabetes. And the pre-diabetes is a major precursor for diabetes, because if your glucose level is up and it is not prevented or not controlled, you are more likely to enter into the region of diabetes. Next slide, please. Then we use the lifestyle intervention. We use message nutrition education message framing for one group, and device-induced physical activity, either a smart watch or a phone that can record the number of steps that you have taken in a day, and you have to take at least 5,000 steps. After screening, after going through the intervention for 3 months, 71% of people diagnosed with diabetes and pre-diabetes remitted. With 11 of those with diabetes, 8 of them remitted to the normal glucose tolerance. 1 progressed to pre-diabetes, and 2 remain diabetes. Out of 35 participants who agreed to go through the lifestyle intervention, 24 remitted to normal glucose, 6 remain pre-diabetes, and 5 progress to diabetes. Good. So we want to know which of the
measurement is significant from the pre-data and after the intervention. And we found out that there was a significant difference or reduction in glucose level when we use hemoglobin A1C, and near to significant using the fasting plasma glucose. We found similar thing. That the first one is the nutrition, and we found a similar thing using the physical activity, and we saw reduction near to significant in the fasting plasma. And next slide, okay? So, I could say that after using the lifestyle intervention, there was a positive reduction in hemoglobin A1C levels after the intervention, demonstrating that the community-based nutrition education intervention and physical activity intervention resulted in diabetes and pre-diabetes remission. So therefore, we can consider nutrition education and physical activity regimens as cost-effective intervention to reduce diabetes in Africa. Our findings could be incorporated into clinical practice. Next slide, please. So as a result of this active program, we have been able to publish 2 papers in renowned journals, Frontiers Endocrinology and the International Journal for Public Health and Environmental Science. The project has also produced 4 postgraduate students, 1 MPhil paper is to seek for more collaboration. And we have also some awards in the US, NIDDK, and the data I used to practice on diabetes epidemiology, that is African cohorts, and my University of Cape Coast, for allowing me to go to US and come back. And I also want to thank AAS for supporting us. Thank you very much.
We'll save our questions for later. Oh, Prof, you have a question? Okay, all right, go ahead, please. Or another question. So we have 2. Who have the mic? Please bring them forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You started your presentation with the claim that of every 5 Africans,
Next.
It's quite exciting. So for me, I was going to ask, and they're coming from 2 different parts of the continent, almost across the continent, all involved in digital stuff. Do you have other collaborations within the continent? Do you have collaborations within the continent, and what steps are you taking to extend your collaborations into the mainland continent? Cape Verde, for example, is in West Africa, and some of the issues you are facing is also being faced by those in the Sahel with desertification. So exploring digital agriculture would definitely be important. For South Africa, in other parts of Africa, there are other important diseases that may benefit from it. Maybe Hama Maiga and his SMC interventions might benefit from digital health tools that have been created by the fellow in South Africa. What are the steps that they're taking for exploring more continental engagements and collaborations?
So is it comment? All right, so that's, okay, is it a comment? Or you need an answer? Oh, okay. You need an answer. So, Daniel, and then we come here. So that's for South Africa.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Daniel Nyanganyura. I'm from the Future Aid Africa Hub Leadership Center. We are based at Rhodes University. I have got 2 questions, one to Hama and the other one to Bessie. In your presentation, Hama, you said that after the intervention, 2 remained diabetic and some remained, 3 or so remained pre-diabetic. I just want to find out from you, have you found any common factors to those that did not respond to the intervention? To Bessie, you mentioned that you are competing kind of with the industry to retain your students. And we are now getting more students, maybe some will drop off along the way. Do you have a mechanism in place to ensure that those who are coming on board will continue and finish the study as masters or PhD students?
We'll take the last one, and then they can answer, and then we'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm a climate change expert, and we wrestle with some of the issues that you're talking about. But in your depiction, I saw you were using computers and smartphones at the last mile chain of your project. And the question I have is, to what extent can rural farmers in Africa afford those devices? Because in some of the things we've tried to do, we discovered that it is best to use the non-smartphones, text messaging, radio, to really reach the rural farmers. A lot of them do not have the resources, the connectivity, and then because of weather variability issues, sometimes when you take some of these devices out in the field, you may get, they may get drenched. So how effective have you been using expensive and smart devices to cascade your information to the grassroots? Thank you.
So thank you very much. I'll let them answer the question. So I'll call Dr. Malila. So you go first, answering the questions, and then do the mic not too close.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question regarding the retainment of students. Getting students into a master's or PhD program, when you're funding, it's easy to attract a lot of students. Some of them probably, they've just completed their studies, they've nothing they are doing, they are brilliant students, but just because at that particular moment there's nothing that they are doing, they will just see an opportunity where there is funding and they jump on board. But the moment they are on board, they see other better opportunities, then they just leave. So in terms of a strategy to making sure that we retain, it is very difficult. And I think it's a consequence that we have come to accept within the Department of Biomedical Engineering, that students, when you talk to collaborators, for example, in Finland, where some of our collaborators are, they get students funded by an industry partner, and that industry partner pays them an industry salary. And I think that's almost like what's happening in Europe now. Postgraduate students, they are paid a salary that is almost like equivalent to industry. So they are motivated to stay. We could get students that are asked by their companies to come in and study, and they are partially supported. For example, lecturers, some brilliant students that complete their undergraduate studies, they are offered positions to lecture, but they are given time for staff development. So those are a bit more stable because the university gives them a salary for 2 years, and we can then support them. For example, the life in Cape Town is very expensive, so their salaries, the salaries they get from university is not sufficient. So we then tap in and partially fund them, and we also provide them the research infrastructures. So that's more, those students are a bit more stable. But at times, maybe because you are desperate to get an objective going, you see an interested student, you engage them. 6 months down the line, they see an opportunity and they go. So we try to focus on students like coming from universities under staff development.
So in terms of those who couldn't remit, from our data is based on compliance to the nutrition education regimen. Those with low compliance, they are the steady starters in our data. So that is the main reason for which they couldn't remit. Maybe they take, because it was a community-based intervention, they live in their house, we are only following them on weekly basis, advising them how to follow their dietary practices. Maybe some of them have taken it for granted. Even though we use the fear appeal theory as well as the message framing, where we have positive message, negative message, and the neutral message. But those who did not follow the regimen, they remain. Thank you.
Very much, Hobeno. Over to you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. What can I answer you? In Cape Verde, first smart thing now is the new trend, and the Cape Verdean government has to do everything is possible to take Cape Verde 2, 3. I'm back. As I said that smart is the new trend, and then the Cape Verde government is trying to do all this possible to make Cape Verde as a digital hub. So we have the infrastructure in place, and then the statistics tell that we have 2 mobile phone per person, and we have a coverage, a cellular coverage above 90%, and one of the cheapest internet service. And even though they want to put internet service as a public good, so we have all the conditions to work on the smart things, but on our lab we already have these low-level digital solutions for people that don't have a smartphone. But right now, this is not the reality in Cape Verde. In Cape Verde, everyone has a smartphone because we have a huge diaspora. So they want to stay connected, and now everyone wants a FaceTime with someone. So everyone already have a smartphone. And then, why Europe think about smart? Because we want to bring technology to the agriculture, because it's the only way to keep youths on the agriculture. Because they say the agriculture is not sexy. So we need to find a better way to keep them there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions? Otherwise, I know it's diminishing returns. It's very late, and I would like you all to join me in thanking the Made to Early Career for their work, but they're looking for collaboration. You are already made, so if you can partner with any of them, that would be very good. We have 47 of them, all in Africa. Some may be in your country, so please look for them, and help them, to grow, because they are mid to early career. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of you, starting from Dr. Homenu. Thank you very much. Dr. Hamama. Yeah, Dr. Hamama, thank you very much. Sometimes you work with them so often that you even know their names. And I would like to thank Dr. Malila. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, Dr. Samedo. Thank you all very much, and thank you, for making such good presentation. And I'd like to thank all of you, for, staying so late with us. I can see diminishing returns, but you were so interested in this to support, our up-and-coming researchers. Thank you very much. The announcement, yeah, thank you. You can see on the program that we have a keynote, but that has been postponed till tomorrow morning. So we'll have that keynote tomorrow, morning. Not because we are all very tired, but also because we have had a very long day, and we don't have many, here now for the keynote. He's traveled all the way from the US for the keynote. I think it's just courtesy that he has many more in the audience to listen to what he has to say. So thank you very much. Have a good evening. Bonne soirée. See you tomorrow. À demain. Okay. Tomorrow is 9 a.m. prompt. So have some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. À demain.